welcome to another episode of City Building Saturdays. We are here on episode number 352 of this series. Do appreciate everybody who's come out. I hope that your guys' time zone, whatever your guys' time zone, is most wunderbar. So, on the agenda for today, we're finally going to pick up where we last left off, doing, excuse me, doing stuff in our city with the Raceway DLC. Get to do some stuff with that, and blah, 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 blah. So that will be fun. We'll also be, of course, expanding our city and making fun times, doing stuff there. Work on some industry, get our city's population up, and etc. stuff. So, also did manage to clean up the results of our stuff. So, gotta thank friend Pep for that. Let me give you guys a link to his channel while I'm thinking about it. So there's that I remember. I do tell you, being stuck on there we go. There's the link to his channel. I use Seribot to help me purge all those bloody bots that made their visit to us on our last episode of on Friday of Midwestern Minecraft. So yeah, that was a thing. Huge pain in my arse. Come on, Skylines, do your stuff. There we go. Sorry, Launcher. I'm not gonna do update right now because it's time to do the actual game itself. This is one of those things where with the whole monitor issue, having my Stream Deck is helpful. That way I'm not going, what's this command again? I can just see the obligatory icon and just go boop. It's one of those things that, I only modify my Stream Deck only when I have to, and when I'm coming up from a rebuild, I was like, oh, what if we try this, or realize, oh wait, I need this instead of doing it like this. I need to do it like this. Excuse me, but it felt good. But yes, purged all those bots. That it was 726 frickin' bots. And I was like, oh my god. Why? And that's I know it's a well-worn rut, but the people that go to the effort to, create bots and, spam links and all that, I was like, why aren't you doing something to actually help people instead of trying to say, I'm going to screw with somebody. I want to take their money or cause their Twitch or their YouTube or TikTok or whatever. I want to have them lose their stuff. I was like, instead of trying to be, a greedy, sanctimonious jerk, go do something better with your life. Go help people. All right. Go ahead here and slightly speed up our city. Did I ever zone this? No, it hasn't been zoned. We'll just go ahead and zone it so it's full. I just saw that it wasn't zoned, so... Okay. So we have this little bit right there as a thing. Just taking a look-see here at the map. Okay. Let's see here. We have our industrial area here. Cedar ore. Let's see what we can do here to... see how we're doing. Because obviously part of what I want to do is have this figure be even better, so... part of what we can do is, of course, you see it just went up. But what we need to do is really just... go about getting ourselves a metric butt ton of things here. Yeah, that's going to be an adjoining ore area. Let's go ahead here and let's go ahead here. See the ore route here. Okay. Oh, time for fixins', eh? What I'm going to do here is try to work a little bit smarter. Actually, that's a let's try something here, guys. I want to see something right quick. let's check the map here. Okay, that'll work. And it'll work for here. Oops. Yee. There we go. And that'll work there. Ah, not like that, game. That should not be like that. Game! That'll have to do. Alright. Now that that is there. Alright. Might have to do something like that for that area there. Let's go ahead and run the game. See, the reason I like the big guys is mostly because of the cost efficiencies. The big mods, that is. The economy of scale is that as you get larger operations going, and it's true up to a point. Up to a point, it works. Then it starts, the large scale can start becoming prohibitive. So, and as you see, because of that demand for employees, are I guess I did. I remembered correctly. Yay! Do the same here. But yeah, because of course of our economy of scale. Okay. Let's see. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go and make a crossover road here. put a small. Let's put in some small booster stations here. And a few boosting. What's it's right there? Crematoriums. Let's go back here to our health. Let's see. All right. That's, of course, going to help that out. Oh, they need garbage, huh? Well, looks like we're going to need to do some management here. There we go. We future-proofed the with the elevation right there, so as that we could have our connecting highway do its thing there. So screw it. We'll put some industry there. All right, we've got some demand here, of course, for commercial space. So what we'll do, wonder how that got screwed up. It'll help explain why stuff isn't doing stuff the way I want. I'm not gonna give a darn. Our transit. There we go. Just seeing how well we're doing financially. Some stuff going here to hopefully help. I know that some of that stuff is more costs than um, immediate financial gain. But hey, Burbles, how you doing? I'm sorry, there are no Minecraft Steves here, son. No Minecraft Steves here. There might be some city sim named Steve, but with almost 200,000 people, I'm not gonna try to bother trying to find all the Steves. Hope you're doing well in Burbleslandia. Alright. Let's come back here to our ore extraction site. We need to get, of course, divert more of this output right here, the raw ore, out to either glass or metals. We need to do some more glass. But yeah, let's get that started first. Let's see here. I'm just seeing where the stuff is so I can run in a road. Go bi-directional road here. Now our guys are showing us, say, hey tree, we're full. Hope you're doing. Have I been muted this whole time? I think I may have been. If I was, I'm sorry. I thought I wasn't muted. Wait, why am I being silly? There we go. Okay, I need to move it two things over. And it'll be off by one, but I'll take it. Right. I was hoping I might be able to get some of these areas filled in with some more stuff, but yeah. All right, so now we'll be able to start getting more of the total stuff here moved over from the ores output and start making more money off of the metals and glass. Like I said, I want to do a little bit more glass, so let's go ahead here. Let's see here. I know we get a little bit of a, what's it over here? Yeah, that's good. That's very good. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay, there we go. So again, now we have even more demand for stuff. So let's go ahead here. Because obviously we've been working on trying to expand our city. Oh, darn. I hate when I do that to myself. It was like math was going, yeah. Look at that, we're above 200K. Let's go ahead and come over here. See. Wunderbar. Yes, yes. That is what I was hoping I'd see. So I wanted some more of be able to do some more work here in the eco-friendly area. I'm gonna. Some ways this isn't the smartest idea, but I'm gonna do it. Let's see where we may need some additional stuff here for banking. down here too. Those guys are connected that way, so we can leap that across like that. Discombobulate that. Oh, we can get rid of those guys. Yeah, there are these guys. These wind turbines are indeed expensive. However, on when it comes to their power production, however, I would rather have that spare power capability. So far, we only have that one. Well, we can actually go ahead and do that. Save a little bit of that cost. Since we do I'll probably ultimately keep this power line right there as an emergency connection. Yeah, it'll be a long-term cost sort of thing, but all right, let's see. We are getting that switched over. We're still getting a lot of output from our other skies, but yes, the inevitable BOTT of our raw materials, but we're also getting more money out of our other production lines. So I want to get some oil going here. At the moment, we're just going to worry about putting out more fiberglass. I mean, metal. 4. Let's make sure we paint out our industrial stuff here for this area out to over here. I'm just seeing where the rail line is so I can make potential plans for stuff. Come on. There we go. Ah, that would be. I was like, why are these guys off by one? I'm just going to momentarily check that guy right there. There we go. So now, we of course are going to start getting more total output. Of course, as is with any refining process, you are, especially in the metals, but in a lot of it, you're always going to have some amount of loss. But in the case of metals, when you refine your metals, you're having to, of course, concentrate the metal. So, of course, having been to the mining establishments that are just attached to the Georgetown Loop Railroad, it's easy to see why. It's easy to see why, because you have to get a lot of the raw ore. It comes with a lot of additional stuff, and you have what's known as tailings. Basically, the stuff that you may not be able to refine or can keep. That is why you see, the input of, total production of 958 tons, 500, just over 510 total tons output, and we only get 363 out. Just 300 something out. Now, in the case of glass, it's actually going up a little bit because of stuff. But as you see, the raw material output the overall raw material is dropping. The increasing ability to have stuff is a good thing. Let's see here. Oh, right. Yeah, gotta do all that, and we got all this stuff over here too. Going to do an interconnect there. Basically, just putting those guys down to see what. Rats. I was hoping I might be able to squeeze in something there, but oh well. It was not to be. How is that screwed up? Shouldn't be screwed up. Okay. Let's go ahead here. Oh, wait. Right. Let's take a look, see here at our terrain. Before we do any adjustments to the track, we need to make sure that we give ourselves a wide berth in terms of the terrain modifications. yet. So as that I have room, we'll send the line underground. That's even better. Made more room with which to book. All I need to do, of course, is just re-worry about the interchange, finishing up the interchange. There we go. Got a lot more space now, guys. So let's go ahead here. We need to... There we go. All right, so let's come here. what we're going to do with these guys is that one is going to be an outbound. One is they're basically going to have them be one directional. Yeah, that's the more expensive option, but sometimes you got to go the slightly more expensive way to get the way you want to go. Okay. So this station right here, the one here on this road, will have for the trains that go this way, and the other guy will be the trains that go this way. There we go. Got to do that too. Duh. There we go. Got that. Really starting to get some money here, guys. Finally. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to further. Let's see how we're doing over here. Give myself a flavor here. A money saving flavor. Do that. All right. We've got some demand here for commercial space, so. But I do also want to do some entertainment too, so. Let's, oh, it's not a deer. the wrong menu here. Now, what I'm going to do, to help reduce some of the traffic congestion there, is make that a split off. So it's only a one-way route. Let's go ahead and see what other stuff we can pretend. Oh, Central Park. Oh, that's right. It's got a metro station in it, too. Rid of that. Bye bye. Thank you. Oh, that's that. Duh. That's Department of Duh. Will do. Let's come here. Pause the game for a moment. Oh, that's right. It's just the Mr. What's It Road. That's what I was thinking about. Oh, we need a cargo harbor. Put that there as part of our attractions down here. And we need to get that's part of what I'm trying to do here. Tree, you need to get more people into town, son. Look at that. They're using the loop. Now, before I forget, start making some money off stuff here. Excuse me. Roots is really giving me a huge pain in the butt right now. It's needing that, a little bit of massaging and all that. we're gonna do here is because obviously this line right there is getting kind of busy. What we're gonna do. We're gonna go do two things. Gonna make a separate loop that will help take some of the stress off this, but will also connect it up to the main route, to the main rest of the network. There we go. There we go. So as you can see, basically we'll have the trains be able to do a metro go from like this and this to interconnect, and then we'll have we'll call it the new town. We can call that. We'll start off with this. See here. Oh, wrong thing there, tree. There we go. So now, what this will do will undoubtedly help out, as said, help relieve some of the stress on this station right here while still providing access to it. Because that basically folks will be able to do their connections. And I won't have to worry too much about stuff. Look at this, we've got even more residential demand. But of course I've been working toward having stuff get built up. Oh, that's right. Need to fill in this area. Probably have to at some point as we get through into this area get some garbage stuff going. Let's take a look at our finances right quick. Look at that. As I've said, usually for me, Residential is very high on the list. But look at this. It's making up not even quite 40%, but it is still making up a rather significant part of this city's income. Of course, you see, doing the industrial stuff, that is where I was like, yes, I want that is where we can make some significant money. Look at that, 17% is from tourism. Let's put in some commercial rat in here. I'll further strengthen stuff up. Let's go back here to the race day stuff. So let's see. Let's see here. I just gave myself an idea. Let's see here. Let's put in a couple some stands over here. but in some ways it'll help bring more stuff in. The things we can do, of course, is do some more schooling stuff too. See how we're doing on schooling. We could use another. No, let's do that. Let's do another school, and we'll do it down here. So. Oh. Where is. No, it's here. Hello. There we go. Trade school. So I want something else besides a trade school, of course. So we have trade school, liberal arts. Let's do a university, shall we? So let's go ahead. Let's first whip out our university. Make sure to get it under the jurisdiction of that have that metro station. There we go. There we go. Right there by the metro station. Where is that road right there? We'll actually do a medium road. Yeah, that's a good name. Hindenburg Institute. Makes me think of MIT in a way, at least in name. Let's actually name it Institute of Technology. Let's give out a dissertation. We're going to increase the academic staff to 10. Policies, healthcare, visiting scholars. And let's see, we need to further improve it. So let's put a cross street right there. How did I not get the? Guess I managed to get that one guy there just situated on the thing, but there we go. Actually, can I scoot the Foostal Club over? Yes, I can. Yep. Oh, that's a good name. Oh, yeah, that'll help. And we really do need to take care of this garbage situation here, so what we'll do. When I have to redo stuff like that. There we go. Some more road maintenance stuff here, guys. Oh, look at that. See? Obviously having look at that. Look at that. Our citizens are dashing into the stuff for the race. Look at that. Cost is coming. Tickets are being bought, so. Let's do the advertising campaign to help us out here. Excuse me. It's always nice to see when you finally start to break even on something. Of course, having the additional access is a good thing. You know, as I remember, The capacity for um, the Circus Maximus, the Hippodrome of Rome, was like 250,000, I think it was, from what I remember. We'll do some slight modifications to it. Basically, try to see if we can't get some more people in. Let's get some more. Let's get some more grandstands up in here. Have some room here for some slight modification. Oh, so I was like, where was my stuff again? Oh, it's over here. Duh. We've really got some residential demand going on here, guys. Oh, see how our university is doing over here. Our institute, I should say. School year is nearly over. That's good. Figure a little twisty turny wouldn't be too much of a miss there. And look at that, it's helping us out. Excuse me. Taking a break here shortly, guys. Okay. Just starting to get some new stuff here going, so let's go ahead here. Space is already freaking occupied. There we go. Oh wait, have I? Oh wait, I have been connecting it properly. Okay, okay. Oh, little power connection right there. This will hopefully help solve some of our freight problems, our cargo problems. See, some of the guys are already using it from the recycling centers. Which means, of course, that helps reduce the issues of freight deposits and all that. See? Now, if you want long distance hauling, rail's the way to do it. It is the most economic overall, but it does have like anything, it's going to have its drawbacks. But okay, let's go ahead and give this another. Let's have discovery. Let's do some science. Let's go ahead here. Go back to our university thing. So what do you have? Let's see, we have a football stadium, baseball, or American football, I should say. Let's further add to our institution here. Info. the student. Now we have the amount of students we require. So, oh, that's a thing. Do need to go to break here in a moment, but I want to do tours. Let's put a walk. Let's put something. Let's see what we can put over here as a point of interest. Oh, there we go. 5 instances of public library. We need to do this at some point. We need to go win 3 scenarios to gain the Sphinx of Scenarios. 5 City Park. When we need to. There's some scenarios we obviously need to go win. Destruction with no casualty. Ooh, we can do floating gardens. Ooh, hello. Park, Pyramid of Safety. Also, order offices. We're getting there for that. Station. We need to get more of that. Clock tower. Let's all right, let's see. I was just taking a look see here at game time, so we'll go ahead and do our first save. And we'll let the game run for a little bit, hopefully get some more money. But yeah, we'll go ahead here, guys. Let's go and take a break. So yeah, everybody go ahead and stand up, stretch, get something to eat, get something to drink, use the restroom. I'll see you all here in a few moments. Okay, guys, tree is back. Sorry, it took me a few extra moments there. I was busy just taking a little bit of extra time to stand and stretch, etc., etc. So, let's go ahead and do another save. Well, the opportunity is present, and now we will go ahead here. Let's add some more stuff to Osity. Of course, just before break, we had some fair amount of need for residential, so let's go ahead here. I'm going to go ahead and make this a res area, just for the giggles. Of course, we are managing to do decently with our finances, so that's always good. So, it's like our stations here are doing fairly decent. Of course, got, like I said, we just had the train come in here, and then looks like both are being used, so it's always a good thing. Oh, up. Okay, wunderbar. Let's do some science. What else can we now bump this thing up with? So let's go here to our one commencement office. Some more books. Let's put up another library, University Library. As you guys know, I am one who likes learning. Don't always, push the boundaries of my knowledge. It's still, nice to know stuff. Let's go ahead here. Put in another road there. Then that should be, yeah. Let's go ahead and pull out our campus tool here to reduce the size. Now we could probably get some stuff in there. We'll hold off on expanding into this area here, but still can be practical if we need to. go. Let's set up a few more dorms and what we can do. Freaking math club again. There we go. Oh well. Oh, water. Future proof. Future proof. We're now above 230,000 people. We're over getting close to 250,000, guys. Let's see. Financial district. Wall-to-wall offices. IT cluster. We need to do a part 2. Ah! Come on. Suppose I didn't fully get all these guys in there. See, we're holding up. Need to get a city park going at some point. Probably what we can do over here, actually. Yeah, got a nice little thing. Going to lol. City Skylinesception. Okay, let's. We've got more, even more demand here for residential. So let's go ahead and plug some stuff here in, guys. You know what? As much as I want to fill this in with industrial stuff, extraction. Go ahead here. There we go. Fill it up with some more money making stuff. Different money making stuff. Knowing that I kind of actually, work in a warehouse, it's kind of makes me understand, the where things are and all that in terms of stuff, in terms of industrial stuff. At least, rather, I have a little bit of understanding, and as a result, I should say. Go ahead, at least in this permit that, so we can get a couple more. What's this here going? Rats. Don't have enough room for them. At least we can plunk down some fiberglass stuff. Me personally, as much as I know that industrial stuff can have its drawbacks, it's like, I think, that here in the States, if we could just bring back some high tech industry, like, I know that there are some places, they're putting up, like batter. We're not talking anything like the whole AI drama, but if we're bringing back, more high tech industry, in addition to say more traditional, we're talking, like battery manufacturing and technology fabs and all that, processor fabs, but also stuff like more traditional, like say steel manufacturing. I think that would be just help the economy out. But also having stuff, on the whole, more blue collar jobs, because that's, a lot of stuff that's happening these days. A 7% load for a train like that. That's inefficient. Now screws, you say 100%. You know what? I'm gonna ease traffic here. Monodirectional. Upgrade. Hook the pause. Good. That's the direction I wanted. Because, of course, they can get routed around as need be. But yeah, me personally, I just love having, industry from my city. I know I'd put a high school in here. capacity here for our elementary schools to help further along our own city. See here, what can we do to for some hotels? Make sure we get some where do we have some office space? Up, watch the gas. It's going up. Come on. There we go. It's in profitable territory. It's going to need some office space. That's doing good enough. Need some more photography stuff. They're so all jammed up here. Oh, we could put up a conference hotel here. When I was for my trip to Colorado Springs this year, I was for the Colorado Springs segment of my Colorado trip. I will say that there were some times where the traffic, because ironically it was right by I-25, there was some additional noise of traffic, of course. I mean, there was some, some sound reduction and all that. But There were times where I could hear like the drone of people on them. It was mostly drones, and at night there was the occasional, maybe depending on what time I was, if I woke up, if I'd been in like asleep for a few hours and I woke up because I had to go pee, or just because my body said wake up, it's nighttime, be awake. There were several times, like maybe once or twice an hour, at least once an hour, maybe twice an hour, where I'd hear like a motorcycle drone, and that was my that was my biggest issue with that location, is some of the background noise at times during the night. But there were a few other minor issues, but the occasional drone of motorcycle or loud car engines was at night, when if I had to go pee, or if my body said wake up, um, was my biggest thing. But yeah, I just chose that location because it was closest to getting to the Cog Railway, to Garden of the Gods, to getting down, taking the, what was it? C, whatever the state highway was. I'd have to go look. Um, Having to do stuff, and it was the most strategic location. I know. Oh, it is done. It's just people are slowly moving it. We're Earlier we were at 130K, 230K, and now we're at 245. So, but aside from it being tucked in a somewhat busy area, acoustically speaking, I think I probably I might change it up, but it had a fairly good rating, had fairly decent prices for what I wanted Slant needed to do. Um, it was strategic, as I said, strategic location, fairly decent prices. I always like to, that's one of the things I found out in doing trips, is that, planning things out is, especially for like first year, 2 years ago, going to Colorado, and then last year, strategic planning. And I know that some of the stuff I did was going to be out of the way, and I could have, chosen a different hotel. But overall, if you find a place that you like and you have a fairly good experience, why mess it up? Why mess it up? Okay, what we need to do in order to expand our city here, guys, we need to do dirt dumping. So we'll go ahead here. Let's do some dirt dumping. As I want to, of course, start to really expand parts of the residential area. Because, of course, stuff is stuff. And just trying to get, our biggest demand is to bring people in. That is our big, big demand right now. Because, of course, for example, when we here in the West, of course, as we started to transition from a agricultural to an industrial economy, and of course then a post-industrial economy, the fit people go where the jobs are, which are typically the cities, and even in ancient times, like ancient China or ancient India, ancient Rome, ancient Greece. People go where there are jobs. And a lot of the time, that's going to be in the cities. Not, of course, all the time, but a decent chunk of the time. All right, let's see here. I want to double check something. Go away. Thank you. Just double checking the stuff here. Since we finally got rid of the thing here. Why in the heck do I have a power line here? Or remnants of a power line. Ah! Ah. Yeah, just went and clicked on it. So, okay, we need to further, of course, increase the campus attractiveness. Let's go and save. School of Medicine. We need to be able to make sure we get all the doctors. Of course, there's also going to be a need for doctors to defend themselves in the case of accidental or perceived malpractice. So, go and move that guy right there. That will definitely help students out. Bumps up the attractiveness. What else can we add? An auditorium there. Let's dorms building, gymnasium, groundskeeping, study hall. Yeah, we don't have enough room for that. We'll go ahead and at least increase that so we could put in some more store labs, auditorium, libraries. All right. There's that. Ah! Nope. Cockeye angle that tree. Don't be a dum dum. There we go. We are now, of course, ready for some more residential. Remember at some point, God, when was that? Some vague, hazy memory of actually being in a hot air balloon at some point, but I'd have to go ask tree parents when it was. I remember we were on this family thing. What I do remember is we were on some sort of. Hmm, yeah, it was off center. Thank goodness we are in a position to get it, fix it, and still get a refund. Yeah, we were on some sort of family trip. It wasn't quite one of our big trips. It was one of these more of these little trips, that we could do here in Treelandia. It's like we'd heard something from somebody. I don't remember what it was, but we were able to do stuff. Hot air balloon. May have been because of connection. One of the hmm. I'll just have to go double check with tree parents at some point. second here. That is rain. Just heard, something beyond the, thought I was hearing stuff there. I was like, am I finally losing what's left of my canopy? It's like, no, it is, it's like oh, look at that. We've crossed, what, quarter mil? I do want to get a park here going, so let's go ahead here. Now, of course, I also need to remember to leave some room here for the highway, so let's see here. Yeah, hate when the camera auto zooms like that. Okay. I think we'll probably be able to make do with a slight choking up here of the river valley, of the river here, without being too detrimental to its nature. So what we'll do is we'll do just a little bit of terraforming here. Without actually having to do a full dirt dump. Yep, it's really raining now. We'll make an interchange right here too. I think we'll do is we'll make an interchange right here. Let's go ahead here. Pause the game. There we go. So let's go ahead. We'll do up this interchange right here, right now. Because, of course, the way things are, we are going to go ahead here. There we go. Actually put it over on this other side here. Use your canopy tree. We're going to need to do a little bit more terraforming here. There we go. All right, there we go. Yeah, automated toll. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were still on automated toll. Let's see. Let's go ahead here. We're going to that. And in the meantime, we're sucking up so much water is coming into town, and we are literally sucking up water. It's one of the things that a sec here. I'm going to get the appropriate reference video while it is floating around in my canopy. There is the YouTube channel Ocean Liner Designs, hosted by channel founder, or at least channel creator Mark. I'm getting trains and ships mixed up. Mike Brady. There we go. I had to literally go do his tagline. It's your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs. And one of the things that he discusses in the link that I'm about to put into chat is about water. There is the link. It's about the Titanic's engines, and one of the things that he discussed, water is like the steam and like steam engines, and of course steam propulsion that was very prevalent in the especially in the early years of the first half of the 20th century. Of course, as time went on, diesel became, um, and has subsequently, of course, in the latter half of the 20th century, become the primary means of propulsion. But of course, there's also some historic steam ships that actually, use steam. Like, for example, the um, um, SS Shield Hall is a very good example. Operating out of Southampton, where, of course, the Titanic herself departed from, famously on her voyage in 1912. But one of the aspects of the complete guide to Titanic's engines that the link, of course, I just posted in chat is um, the aspect of um, fouling of the water tubes, is the fouling of the boiler. Basically, there, there's two basic types. There's a fire tube and there's a water tube. Fire tube boiler is what the Titanic had, where you have your firebox area. In this case, each of the boilers, whether they were the single-ended or double-ended variety, had either, for the single-ended it was a total of 3, for the double-ended it was a total of 6. And basically, there were, use the multiple of 3, either 3 or 6. And each firebox had its own cylinder. Then it went up into the boiler itself, essentially in sort of a U shape. Think of a U, but turned on its side. And so the bottom leg of the U was the actual fire space, where the firemen shoveled in the coal. And basically, that is where the coal itself was burned. And then going up the curved section of the U and into the upper leg of the U, and that is where a whole bunch of fire tubes were. Basically, the hot flue gases from the combustion cycle, as the coal burned, went through this space, and the where the actual fire was one big tube. Okay, I don't remember the exact dimensions off the top of my canopy. However, that as the transitioned up into that space, it still remained one big space, but then it got subdivided into, I think it's probably, like inch thick, inch wide, 2.5 centimeters tubes. This increased, of course, the surface heating area. And then when it came back out to the front of the boiler, so you have the little hole, you have the holes at the bottom, 3 U's, and then of course it subdivided as it turned from the curve of the U to the upper leg. It created multiple tubes, and then connected up to where the updraft would eventually go up the funnel. And that is how the exhaust gases, of course, just didn't pile up in the boiler room. Because, obviously, if you have, all the combustible material that has come out, all the soot, all the carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, all those other gases, you don't want to be killing off your crew. So, of course, obviously, there was one of the legs of a spider, as it has been posted in multiple media. The legs, quotation marks, legs of each funnel resembled a spider. And so, as those were the flue upticks. So basically, coal would go into the bottom of the U, it would get burned. The heat would go through the curve of the U into the upper leg from the lower leg, and then it would meet where would meet the fluid uptake and then go up through the fluid take from the adjoining legs of the spider, whichever section that it happened to be from the corresponding boiler, and then go subsequently up the funnel and out of the ship. So anyway, that is the fire tube system. Water tube system functions on a very similar means, but in this case it is reversed. Whereas in a fire tube boiler, you have a whole bunch of tubes, and then this is of course very much similar in a steam engine. We have a whole bunch of tubes, and you have an enclosed space in the boiler where those tubes run through, and they heat the water. Fire tube water tube boiler is the inverse, where the internal space of the boiler, instead of being augmented and designed for a whole bunch of water, is instead designed, I don't know why I'm saying augmented, is designed to have a whole bunch of fire. And instead of having, the fire run through small tubes, excuse me, and having those tubes containing the fire transfer their heat that way, you instead have tubes that have water. And so with the water tube boiler, you have the internal space of the boiler is for the heat production. And of course, as technology advanced, most ships, would transition over, to oil. And so that is, of course, a lot more economical. It's a lot more fuel dense. It takes a lot less labor, and you can get a lot more. For the same equivalent volume of coal, you can get oil and have a lot less labor involved. And so with a water tube boiler, instead of having, as I said, the whole bunch of space for water, you can have a whole bunch of space for fire and have a whole bunch of tubes and basically get a lot more efficient steam production. And that is why, especially, let me get you guys the link to another channel. Let's see. Find the channel here. There we go. There we go. Drachenfell, another naval, though more orientated toward naval combat. Usually he covers stuff from the Age of Sail. We're talking, like Christopher Columbus, but with a more specific focus on the 18th and 19th century, up and through about the mid-20th century. He does a lot better explaining of, in naval boilers, grates under pressure. He does a little bit better explaining than I have just done on the in this video on the concept of boilers. But basically, there are certain advantageous positions to having, for example, a water tube versus a fire tube boiler. Let's see, I want to double check the one thing that, as we come back to our thing. Let's see. Tsunami. Okay. Security ad. Rec. Check housing. Maybe I'm thinking we need to. Oh, there we go. We have access to the fusion power plant. Just thought we need to check our stuff here. Let us give ourselves an economic boost. Actually, where's the center space elevator? Okay, let's see here. We need to go to see where our power plants are. There we are. There's two of them. There's another of them. Go ahead and zone that stuff off. We'll still keep power right here for our water supply, mostly because it is going to be far more economical. and secure for us to have that emergency backup. Come on. Head here. There we go. I get momentarily pause here. Yes, I wish to destroy. Aha! Yes! Yes, yes, yes. Tree approves. Tree approves. Which means that I can... Come on. Now, now, of course, means that we have a far better connection this way. And then... Can I... Basically what I'm trying to see if I can do. Maybe. Oh! Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. That is exactly what I was hoping for. Is that we'll have the connection this way. We'll have a connection this way through all these guys, and a connection that way. We can literally save ourselves, have an anti-dum-dum. Money saving maneuver. we go. Basically, the city is interconnected multiple possible ways. See, while I'm thinking about it, yes, I know it's more expensive this way. At least try to have an additional amount of energy protection. So, in case that I have, you know, a boo boo, yes, a boo boo, I would rather have an anti dum dum maneuver versus a non anti dum dum maneuver. What? Game. You're not supposed to do it like that, son. You're supposed to not do it like that, son. Heed well to the way I want you to do it, game. Ah. We're going to increase the capacity of this section right here. Where is that station? Metro station. I'm going to move our no, I did not want that. Improve our situation there. Far, far closer to the what's it right there? All those people coming into town via the space elevator. Let's check our investment. Oh my God. What the heck happened? Okay. We're going to sell off those shares at a loss. What the bloody blazes happened, guys? We lost however, I'm blanking out now how much money I lost. Eee. Over looks like over $100,000. Look at that. Traffic Jelly Logistics is taking a big hit. Look at that. It has dropped from over $1,500 a share to under $1,000 a share. Look at that. That is it. And it's continuing to drop. Well, of course, with our space elevator that we've installed, it's no wonder, it's dropped, It's like people have realized, it's like we've lost money. We're losing money. You see, this is why I've always liked to make sure to put my space my space elevator in a place to where it can easily access not only um, the metro, but can also access other forms of transportation. I mean, look at this. It's literally, oh my goodness. Look at that, guys. Had we been invested in it, we'd be losing, we'd have lost a metric butt ton of money. Oh, look at that. It's coming back up. But of course, that's a little peak right there. Would have been a good time to buy some chirpy cruises. And look at that. It's gone from under 3,000 to over, well, for a moment it was there over 3,800. We need to do some busy. Sorry if I'm rather quiet here, guys. I'm just trying to get some bus lines made up. We're, financially, we're not doing quite as well as we could be, of course. But this is why I'm trying to improve some of the area's logistics. Now, that was for me when I both last year and this year when I took the when I was in Denver and I took the light rail line, the W line from the because of course my hotel was not too far from the Jefferson County municipal complex, the Jeffco office, county offices. You know, we're talking, like basically, the county courthouse. The essentially, the mayor's office. All that municipal office stuff, and it would essentially, it was like a just over a half hour's ride from the Jeffco offices to Denver Union Station, both this year and last year. Having, of course, learned from my trip 2 years ago that parking in the historic area of downtown Denver was just like, I want to tear all my limbs and leaves out of my canopy. It was like, and so yes, I would, it was, God, I don't remember the price. It was like a $3 fee or $5 or $3 fee. I'm blanking out. But doing that for, not having to pay for gas, not having to pay for parking, not having to, worry about that stuff is like knowing that, it's like, okay, I gotta be at whatever station at what time. It's like that's why I made sure that both last year and this year, and especially for last year, was a huge fortuitous event that I bought a day pass. because last year, of course, the train had a hiccup, and it would have been over 3 hours for the pass and all that. But that's why I bought the day pass. I went to it was $5 actually. It was $5.50ish, I think. Now that my canopy is starting to activate, those memories are starting to activate. It was like like a simple like 5-minute drive to the from my hotel to the Jeffco parking lot. And then one parking at the RTD, Regional Transportation District. Parking in the parking lot, going up to the station itself, presenting my debit card for Tree Bank, getting a ticket, and then taking up, getting on the train. It's like I know I have to be at the if I want to be at Denver Union Station at such and such time. When does the train get there? When does the metro get there? And how easy is it for me to, when do I have to be where at what time? And so, in some ways, it would have been, there are pros and cons to each way, but I'd rather, having driven there than having to pay, it was like the trip 2 years ago, it's like 15-20 bucks in addition to the cost of gas. Like $6 for a 30-minute train ride there and back, and then versus like 45 minutes for well, about 40 minutes either way, train versus car, but having a lot less expense. I'll gladly take the less expensive option, please. Thank you. Oh, look at that. Our tourists are really using that. So, let's actually cancel that. There we go. You guys were. I realized I made a boo boo there. There we go. See if we can't help our city out of here a little bit. But yeah, I was like, basically, as I learned, I was like, you know, as much as trying to drive to where I need to go, there are benefits. In Denver, I've learned that there are benefits to using the public transit in this case. And in this case, since I wanted to go to Denver Union Station because trains, the historical significance as well as the modern connotation of Denver Union Station, because of course they have back in the early 2010s, and they revamped Denver Union Station. It was I actually, when I went, there was this book I got. I haven't read it yet about the history of Denver Union Station, but I know that some of the history is that back in the uh, early, in the late 19 aughts, basically before 1910, sometime, I don't remember the exact year, they had a fire at Denver Union Station, and that they rebuilt it to, help, and they did it in the Beaux Art, the beautiful city style, for the central section. And um, after trains had fallen out of favor as local and long distance travel, the Denver Union Station had fallen into disrepair, and that in the early 2010s it was revamped, not only as public transit, because there's Denver busing, Denver Metro Rail, Denver Light Rail that all come to the station. It was also done as a commercial site. I've talked about, last year how I stopped in for the Cooper Lounge, and this year I went to the Terminal Bar, and there's an outlet for Telluride Truffle, and a whole bunch of other venues that um, use Denver Station in some capacity. There's also the Crawford Hotel, where you could stay, as a tourist, in the historic downtown Union, downtown district. I'm forgetting what the name of the district is off the top of my canopy, but there is, ease of use for the station in multiple facets. Transportation, commercial. That's the big thing. Those are the two big things. And I actually, as part of my trip this year, stopped. I was like, I want to go visit the Terminal Bar because last year I had a good time going to the Cooper Lounge. And part of the view from the Cooper Lounge, there's this. It's from the. Let me make sure It's from the north and east and west sides. Is that there's a second level, it's sort of a U shape, and um, part of what it is, or is north, east, and west. No, wait, north, east, and south. And the view from the Cooper Lounge on the east side is that you can look down on the main floor and say, "Oh my God!" It's like you have a spectacular view of the main, of the main floor. And so, it's one of these cases where you can quite literally have a very good view of the station and have a good view of the material that the station offers. Yes. And I had a good time doing that. It's like I just did it for, the not merely the lulls, but, to enjoy myself. And getting those views was a good thing. And so I knew, it's like I wanted to do sort of what I did with the Cooper Lounge last year, but I knew of the Terminal Bar, and I was like, I want to go check that out. So I was like, and of course, Telluride Truffle, I had heard, because airplane coworker at work has wanted to go to Telluride for some stuff, and I looked up Telluride, stuff that they have there, and I was like, oh, they have a truffle site, a chocolate truffle site, and I was like, that looks interesting. And then I saw that they had an outlet at Denver. I was outlet at Denver Union Station. I was like, oh, I can combine trips. I can combine trips into one thing. I can get, because of course, I left on Mother's Day, and I was like, Tree Mom was, of course, we did a little something special the preceding day, Saturday, before Mother's Day, but she was still a little bit, of course, a little bit miffed. But, that, I would be taking Mother's Day, to go out to Colorado, but I was like, hey, Tree Mom, there's this place called Telluride Truffle that I found out about because of a coworker at work, airplane coworker, and she's heard me talk about him before. And so I was like, well, could I make it up to you and pick up some Telluride truffles because I know you like truffles? And she said, yeah, give me their website and I'll see what they got and I'll let you know. Gave her the website and she said, oh, it's like, I'd like this, this, and this. She gave me a list of a few things. And so I went ahead, of course, on my trip out to Denver Union Station. That was the first thing I did, is that I was like, I knew what time they closed, and I looked at the line from the W line. I was like, okay, I can factor in what time I need to arrive at the Denver Union Station terminus for the W line from the Jeffco offices. And then I can go to Denver Union Station, go to Telluride Truffle first, get the stuff, then go to Terminal Bar, have a little something to eat, because the way I planned it was Wednesday. I was going to head out to, drop my stuff off at my hotel in Golden, right, go out to Basalt for, to get my stuff from, Woody Creek Distillers, the purple gin I've talked about. Then come back to Denver, then get, know what time I need to be on, know the approximate time I need to be back in order to catch the train, the W line from the Jeffco offices to Denver's Union Station, get the truffles, get the stuff at the Terminal Bar, and be back. So, did all that, got to Denver Union Station. I was like, okay, let's see if I remember where Telluride Truffle is. They're over here. So I went around, I did a little bit of a loop around anyway, just to reorient myself. And did that, and so I was like, okay, here we are. Got to Telluride Truffle, pulled up the list from Tree Mom. I had to go back through my personal messages and say, okay, where's that things that she says she's on? Where are they? Oh, here they are. Okay. So spoke to the attendant and the vendor, and said, okay, I would like so many of these truffles, so many, and I chose out several additional ones for me, as well as Tree Dad and Tree Mom and the roommates. And so went ahead and did that, and of course paid for it, and then went over to Terminal Bar, had the stuff there. Well, I indulged myself in that, in this, because of course, knowing the fact that I wouldn't have to, drive. I wouldn't have to drive until I got back to my hotel, which wouldn't be, until 30 something minutes after more like 40 minutes. When I got, when I took my train back, 40 plus minutes to when I took my light rail train back to the Jeffco offices from Denver Union Station. I'd have burned off a little bit of alcohol, but I got myself some Guinness. And of course, I was eating some food, so I had a bison burger, and it was pretty darn good. And so I knew that I could burn off a little bit of Guinness between the time I finished eating and the time I got back to the Jeffco offices for my my 4-minute drive back to my hotel. And it was worth the extra. It was worth the extra little bit of expense to save some money in the long term to take the W line. So that's what I did. And so when I gave my roommates and of course Tree Mom and Tree Dad their allotments, especially Tree Mom, she has a certain like of truffles, but also roommates also enjoy specialty chocolate too. They were all of them, and even Tree Dad, they were like, "Oh my god, this is freaking amazing!" Let me get you guys that. Let's see. We will end stream here in a moment. Let me get you guys some linkages here. Yeah. All right, let me get you guys the linkages here. So here is the link to Denver Union Station. There is the link right there. And of course, you guys can poke around. They have got links to all the various vendors and commercial sites within their premises there. And here is the link to Telluride Truffle. Like I said, they're based out of Telluride, which is it's like a 2-hour ride from drive from Durango or something like that. I don't remember the exact routing off the top of my head. I know you have to go over Heaven's Half Acre to get from Durango to Telluride. Because, of course, it's in the more mountainous part of Colorado. But, it's like when I found out, that Telluride had the connection to, had their outlet at Denver Union Station. That's why, I proposed to roommates and especially to Tree Mom and Tree Dad. Tree Mom especially of the two groups. I was like, can I make this up to you? And I was like, through this, and she was like, yes, give me the list. And as I said, as I said, everybody was just, oh my god, this stuff is amazing. And the I didn't have any samples on that first try. I just bought the stuff. But from what I had read, it looked amazing. And when I finally got to try the stuff that I did, that I bought for myself, I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. This is amazing. And, when I presented Tremont with her stuff and, and I asked about it for her later, a couple days later, because I made sure, it was like one of these things, drop it off. She'll have it when she has it. And when I, checked in with her later, I was like, oh my god, this stuff is amazing! You know what, son? Tree son? You messing up, you not being here at home for Mother's Day, you getting this alternate means of thanking me for being your tree mom and all that. It was totally worth it. Totally freaking worth it. And it's like, see, mom, I did this. I thought of a means of, making up Mother's Day for you. Here you are. You liked it. So, anywhoozle, enough stuff for now about stuff. Let's go ahead here. To make sure that I could get, now that it's Sunday, I want to make sure that I could get to the tech store later today. I do have to run some other errands, but to help make sure that I can get sufficient amount of time to run aforementioned errands, including going to the tech store, I want to make sure that I get to bed. So let's take a look see here at our city stats. So Our treasury, of course, has been as usual. Budget is currently flatlining about 900K. Let's see what's treasury. I might do some stuff off cam to get some more money. Our city value is just over, let's see, 61.4 million city cash. Taxation is, of course, up. It's over 700K. Population is a little bit on decline. That's why we, of course, got our need for more residential. Our influx is up, but we will soon, of course, be able to pump that up with some more stuff. Birth rate is down a little bit, but hopefully with some more people into town, we might be able to get that up. Death rate, I always like to see that down. It's always a good thing. Our employment percentage, we need to get some, we're getting down here. We probably, once we get some more people into town, that will hopefully boost that up. I like to maintain, of course, as I've like to say, the 90th percentile for employment percentage. Available jobs are down. That's not always a good thing, but education is at least up. Students are way up. Oh my goodness. Tourism is... Why? Why is tourism way down? Of course, tourism tax is way down too. Happiness... Oh God, we're close to the 90th percentile. Like to maintain that too as stuff. Residential is flat. Commercial is overall flat. Industrial is flat. Not quite as high as we used to be, but we're at least back up. Office is flat. That's always nice. Prisoners are down. Yes. Cyclists. Oh, cyclists are coming back up. Wunderbar. Disaster. Hello. That. Nope. Wait for the program to respond. One beat. Just a sec here, guys. Let me throw up the break screen. It's like one of these things of uh-oh. Okay, just a second. We still got the spinning circle of waiting. Spinning circle of loading. It's probably because the game tried to save and we're clicking voraciously between stuff and it's like... And close program. Okay. Let me see here. Let me relaunch Skylines here. So as that we could see where, because of course I didn't get to save. Come on, game, do your stuff. Thank you. Let me see. Time check. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and hit the resume button here. Even though it was 10 minutes ago, it was showing a save time of 2:40 a.m. U.S. Central Time. And it's now 2:50. Well, yeah, 2:50 U.S. Central Time. At some point, yeah, we do need to do scenarios. What we'll do. Let's go ahead here. We'll go ahead, pull up save, and then we need to pull up our scenario. While I'm thinking about it, We'll pull up our scenarios and then we'll end stream. Because what I want to see is no, don't do that to me, laptop. Checking something on making sure I had my cursor ready for stuff on my laptop, and my browser window just went bouncing around. I was like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, so let's go ahead here. Let's go ahead and do that. So yeah, I was like, I'll do some off cam now. You know, I won't advance the game, but we'll do some work to fill some of this stuff here in Newtown, what was formerly Old Town, and get some money back here because, of course, as you guys can see, we are in deficit landia. But let's see, new game. To main menu. New game. Okay. So here are the scenarios. Hmm. Hmm. Well, this stuff actually looks like it might be fun. Chains. Well, we're gonna have to do some of this stuff at some point here, guys, because I know that some of the we'll have to. I know that. I know that Floodland is one of them. I know that Floodland is one of them for the stuff. Conditions. Own it. We'd have to own at least 5 city tiles to lose. So, you know, I would, like I said, we'll have to and go through all the stuff, and I'm gonna have to double check the wind conditions and scribble those down. But anywho, um, we're gonna go ahead here, guys. We're going to go ahead here and end stream. So, and I have just saw a few moments ago someone we can raid. So let's go ahead here. We are going to go ahead here and get ourselves a raid party started. So, let's see here. Oh, that at least one, oh, several people actually we could go potentially say hi to. Okay. See, they have been live for a while. But I just got notification not long ago of yes, 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 yes. Wunderbar. Wunderbar. Okay. We're going to go say hi to Subliminator over at twitch.tv/Subliminator. So go ahead and select our standard recall, which is the True Grove has arrived to bring you shade and water. Please wait for me to post first. I want a nice strong raid behind me. For those of you watching here on Twitch at twitch.tv/OsageOrange, please remember to hit that follow button. Very much appreciated. Also, make sure to leave a follow. Hit that subscribe button, over on the YouTubes at youtube.com/OsageOrangeGaming. Very much appreciated too. Please also make sure to leave a like as well. Definitely later today, Sunday, hopefully, knock on wood, we're going to have another episode of Titan Quest: The Loot Grind. And that related looting, all that fun stuffs. I'll have to double check, but we should be moving on, hopefully, again, knock on wood, of going over to Age of Mythology Retold and doing fun stuffs there this week. I just need to double check the math. I didn't fully double check between Friday and now because, of course, of the whole bot thing that happened on Friday's Minecraft stream. So, bleh. But, yeah. But definitely for next Saturday, we should have another episode of City Building Saturdays here in City Skylines. So, let's go ahead here. Let's go ahead and let's get this raid party started here, guys. I appreciate everybody who's come out, and I hope to catch y'all in the next episode. Ta-ta for now.